What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. Hi, you, me. We got some stuff to do today. I'm just gonna finish doing something that I was in the middle of. Just gotta upload this thing. Send it to Alexander. Respond to a YouTube comment. What's up, Connor? Wow, that was easy. I forgot I changed the icon of my website to a spin. I was not expecting that one. Alright, send this to this guy. There. Done. Bing. Bong. I really do have to get some time aside, set some time aside to work on some of these AI guides and stuff. I might even, like, the thing is, especially when I'm working on the same day, I have no time at all. Like, I'm always spending all of my time. Like, the only time I have that I can do any work is when I'm streaming. So, like, this moment here, basically. That's crazy. So, I've been thinking about how best to handle that stuff, and I think I'm just gonna have to set aside some streams for working on these things. Let's see where we go. But what's up, Luciferius? How are you? Alright, so we gotta make a couple of shadows today. We have to make shadows for the cosplayer, the fanfiction editor, the smashburger, and the retcon orifice. We should also fix up the void car, and there's a couple of other things. I guess I'll just write this stuff down. Shadows, cosplayer, fanfiction editor, orifice. There's so many buildings that need shadows as well that I have to do at some point. So let's say crafts store. And then image processing. I forget what the other ones were. There's damage controller, beholder's eye. Alright. So I have that list. I don't need to show it on stream. Okay. So let's just get those, like, aesthetic things out of the way. Oops, I didn't mean to start foobar. We'll get those aesthetic things out of the way, particularly the annoying ones. Oh, I have to remake Boko's shadow as well, I forgot. to mention. And then okay. The donut operator is really easy to fix because I just have to export his frames and re-import them. So it's just one of those those PyGRP failures. All right, so this is retcon orifice. We'll say ZNP shed. I assume it's ZNP shed. I have no real idea, but we'll figure that out. Oh, cool. I still have this open. You can open in images. Nice when you go back to your computer and you forgot to close all your programs, so you just go back to working on them. It's pretty nice. ZNY. Okay. Let's remember that. Close that. We'll just prepare everything so we can quickly and swiftly fix everything. Where is the drone? Here it is. Oh, there is no ZDR shad by default because the drone shadow is normally just upscaled, I'm pretty sure, or whatever. Drone. Yeah, but we can use the ZDR birth image file because that... I might have already done that, as a matter of fact, because we don't use the birth for anymore, so... There's actually a large number of GRPs and iScript entries that... well, I think the iScript entries are not the case, but we don't need the iScript entries for shadows anyway. Why? What the fuck? What was that? This is acid trip PyIce. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I was already using the drone remnant ZDR death as the... I could have used that, or I could have used the birth, so that's fine. Okay. So since I know that, I can save this as ZDR death. Minimize that. Close that. And I have to do Boko again, so I guess I'll export these. Boko takes forever because he's got 400 something frames. So, now, every time I write Boko's shadow name, it's Zeg Shad, Z-E-G. But I always think of Zeg, which is actually a character in the Sigma-verse. Zeg the Zerg Hive. You may remember him if you checked out Famous Last Name. He was one of the Zerg you fought. He actually died at some point and was apparently resurrected through an unknown means. So, there's your... there's your curious nature of him. That's what I got for you. This is fanfic editor. We'll say that might be it. Ah, look at that. Sometimes Blizzard does name them in ways that you'd think. Although really, I don't know why they wouldn't just be called Hydra Shad or something. Like the same file name as the actual unit with Shad at the end. Maybe with an underscore or a hyphen. Nope. So never mind. Blizzard does not do that. Alright, so I just edited it. I just grabbed cosplayer fanfiction editor Boko. And retcon orifice. Okay, so I need the Smashburger, which I believe replaces the Siege Tank graphic. Yeah. And this is TTA Shad. Thinking that at this point I have to go find the donut operator. I don't know who he is. What unit ID is he? Where is he? He is unit ID 10. Okay, so he's Guy Montag. Or Guy Montag. Oh, he actually does use the Firebear graphic. Okay. I was not expecting that. For some reason, I thought it would be more confusing. Maybe he's in the... Wait, what? What the fuck? Huh. So I actually don't even have him imported then. Oh, that's okay. I can grab him from the MPQ. I mean, I don't have him in the folder, rather. I do have him imported in here somewhere. So I probably didn't even process this at all. Odds are. Odds are. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Whatever. This is probably taken from somebody else, and nobody noticed that there were giant pixel blocks. So this is donut operator. Alright. So there's 170 frames in that graphic. Fix that one first, since it's so simple. What do you mean? Where is it? Oh. No, maybe I just put something in there then. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I think I did. I think I just dragged it in there. Okay, I'm losing my fucking mind over here. That's alright. Who doesn't do that every now and then? Okay, so donut operator should be better. Get that off the list. Now, I wanted to do the void or let's do that. Problem with or maybe I already did this at some point, but the problem with this asset, as far as I can tell. No, I did not do this. Okay. So there's a lot of random pieces of the asset that have pixels in them because whoever uploaded this asset didn't quality check it, and whoever made it didn't quality check it. So now we've got to go in here and fix that. And reminder, this is all for... Every asset that I'm using here is pretty much a placeholder. Like, there's some things that are fairly final. But in theory, I'm operating under the assumption that all of the work that I'm doing here is essentially just a tech demo. And at best, I can remake some significantly altered version of this a long time from now in the far future. So I fix that. I can come over here and void call myself into another dimension. Let's take a look. Yeah, that is definitely a placeholder asset, alright. I just F1'd myself, GG. That means you start Microsoft Edge on Windows 10. Why does software suck so much? Alright, void, place that. Okay, so we've done that. Where's my list? Take void car off. Alright, now we gotta figure out what images we used for certain units. So for example, I think I used the F colony graphic, the fungal colony, also known as the creep colony. That was for this, so we can export this out. Oh. Probably export this out here, just as crafts store. Alright. So hold that thought, because we have to we basically need to open up that image and the other anime buildings that I listed here. We just have to flip them. The reason being is because the lighting by default shrouds. This was in the top right before, so now it's top left. This is where the shadow is going to go too. So if we made the shadow the way that we normally did, but we didn't flip the graphic, the lighting would obscure this part in the top right, even though the shadow was to the top left. So that's like a very easy fix there. You just mirror it. But if you didn't do that, you would obviously have a lot of problems. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'd have a lot of lighting problems in your project. F colony. Alright, so in this case we can close this, bring this back over here, and then open it and extract it into the craft store image that we just made. So this is ZFC Shad, I think. Let me check. Yeah. And then we can take, well, yeah, that's fine. We can do that now, I guess. I was gonna do the shadows in a different order, but it doesn't really matter. Might as well complete that set. All right. So unfortunately, we have to blend within the realm of reason here, of the image's definitions, or dimensions rather. So if we were to do this, and drag this in here, so this exact thing is what happens to my satellite towers. I dragged it over here, but I didn't end up wiping the shading down here. So you got this really dumb, fucked up looking asset. Here, I'll just show you the structure. So you see how, like, there's still shading down here. And in theory, that shading should be there, right? But actually, I think this is better than the in-game asset. Hold on. Maybe it's the in-game one that's fucked up. I might as well demonstrate the concept I'm talking about. If I even can do that. Oh, crash. Hello, Veek. Right now, just working on stuff. If you're talking about the Shadow Flare software, that is linked in the modding starter guide. Yeah, okay, so here's the asset in the editor is already fixed, which is good, because I thought I had to redo that one. I might still end up redoing it, but as you can see, the shadow asset is... well, it basically gives you the wrong impression of depth. It's almost like the lighting is sort of broadcasting from, like, this area where the box is. And so it's creating this vertical thing, or horizontal thing, when it shouldn't be. So we want to fix that. That just requires some manual editing. Thankfully for buildings, it's not that big of a deal. Okay. So in this case, we know we have to put the image over by 12 pixels in order to make it fit. Right? Now, in order to get it to fit in this image, we have to edit it so that it's 12 pixels to the right in our graphical file, and then in iScript, we correct this offset by offsetting it 12 pixels to the left, which I think is minus 12. So I think the normal x-axis goes from left to right. So we would do minus 12 in the iScript. So that's not that big of a deal to note, but obviously it's important if you're trying to figure this out, because right now I'm just trying to scale it. Let's see. Is there anything in particular I need to clean up besides the bottoms? I'm wondering if I should shift this over a bit more. Well, I can't do that unless I... Well, maybe I can. Hold on, let's see. I just might have to change the offset, that's all. So now it's like 18 instead of 12. So I think if we just take this, let me add a bit here. Sometimes you have to manually paint shit. Maybe not. I might just... What I might do instead is just move this piece over. I don't know if that makes any sense either. I'm trying to make it look proper here. It's hard to know for sure if it will. Maybe that'll do it. All right, well. Again, we're going to move this 18 pixels over so that it fits in. And we are going to, even though this looks really fucked up, obviously, we're going to go ahead and merge it. I guess it should be merged with the game basic palette just in case. I don't think there's any problem with that. And then we just need to make a few copies of this. And let me do this. And we should be good. We'll compare in the editor. Oh yeah, I closed it by accident. Dummy. See how we made out there. Oh, might help if I actually updated the iScript. Though I still feel like it should have loaded in some way. Yeah, it's an old one, man. I know what happened. Well, actually, I don't know what happened. Did we get the wrong file somehow? Or what? What happened? Wait, what? Oh. I see what happened. That's a good bit. I like that one. Well, the whole thing is just like a really... It's like a small collection of the various inside jokes that Mesk and I have had for a long time. He's the guy who's responsible for prickle your penises. Alright, so that shadow is actually a little noisier than I would expect, to be honest. Like, it's not noisy as in artifacted. I mean, just... It demands more screen space than I thought it would. I might change it again later on, but... It's better than nothing, and it's certainly better than what we had before. It's more in line with everything else as far as the lighting goes. I'm going to delete that. And delete that.
And
you. What white pixels are you talking about?
And
oh, you mean those? I guess I could change those to a little duller gray or something.
Your brain is completely destroyed.
Not you. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this asset, or are you talking about a different asset? Yeah. The crafts store, the small structure. That's what I was saying when I said I might turn those into a duller gray or something. Alright. So it looks like this one would be... Three pixel offset, of course. Dude, everything else about this asset is 3. Why not that too? Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey. I guess we can close this for the time being. One less program open. Close that. That guy's name is Anon583566. I was watching a video this morning and somebody pronounced Anon as Anon, which is like Amon with an N. It was double simulation, dude. Just felt like sharing that. I completely forgot what I was doing just now. Oh yeah, I'm adding the scripts file here. So we can take a look at that shadow and see if it cuts the cheese. It looks fine, but I don't know what happened here. Alright. What's next? Well, I have to do the damage controller and the beholder's eye for anime buildings. Those also need to be flipped. So let me find their junk in here. I thought I already had one of these folders open, but I guess not. So this is the beholder's eye. Alright. Oh. Classic closing of programs. All right. Trying to figure out how to properly set this up is always going to be a challenge, that's for sure. I think we have a pretty decent one now. Just have to tilt it back a little bit. Shadowflare software is basically, it's like a modding suite. Really the only programs I bother using for it though are WinMPQ and SFGRP Conv. It also includes TBLpad, which is like PyTBL but worse. Script edit, I don't even remember what that does. It just says that it edits scripts. I don't think it's for AI though. I think it's for something else. It might be for animation code, like iScripting. LO edit is like PyLO but worse. BNGate edit is a useful utility if you're back in 2008. And that sort of thing. So, really, the only programs I use out of this are WinMPQ and SFGRP Conv because her Shadowflare's GRP converter is better than PyGRP. Purely, it's less functional and doesn't have a preview, but so it's less utilitarian. But it imports assets without artifacting them, which is what you would think any fucking GRP converter would do, but you'd be wrong. So it's the only usable one I've found. I still use PyGRP to preview and to export because it's more reasonable in that sense. But like sometimes I'll even use it to export and re-import in using the frame set technique because that's way easier for editing certain aspects like Boko and stuff. I edited a lot of their stuff through that. And then I re-imported it with PyGRP, then exported it in a way that Shadowflare's GRP thing could interpret, and then re-imported it with that, which is like an extra dumb step, obviously. So stuff like that is what you have access to, generally speaking. So I'm just going to fill in these holes because odds are people are not. It's going to cause more questions than answers. Okay. So since we have to fit this whole thing in here, it's about 12 pixels offset down, or no, up. So minus 12 on the y-axis. Okay. So this will take as... So this is, I don't even remember the, what shadow graphic did I use for this? I think it's just called Zeov Shad or something. Zov Shad. Yeah. All right. So we just need to edit this to say minus 12. And before I even bother with that, though, I'm just going to quickly do the other one. I think it's Ucerebra, right? Ucerib? Can we fap on it? I don't even know what that means. So there's 9 frames in that. ZUC Shad. Zuck Shad. How are you, Ichabod? Having any fun? Oh, that was super easy. So we have to move this by 8 pixels to the left. Oops. Why do I always close Photoshop? What is wrong with me? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Mutators. Utators. What am I doing? Cerebrat. And oh, did I even have to actually put these files in here? So after this point, assuming these files worked fine, we can say with some confidence that the shadows are done. I do think maybe I should tilt that more down and to the left as opposed to up. But we'll see. It just looks a little too stringy, I guess. It's probably something specific to that asset, though. Like, normally that method seems fine. This is supposed to be the other way. So it looks like... Oh, yes. So I was thinking I was missing one, and it was this. It was this asset. Let's take a look now. I think maybe this one going down and to the left a little bit more would make more sense as well. Like, these two match up pretty well in terms of the direction, like the angle of the shadow, as well as with this. But this one, and this one too, I guess the shadow of the two selected units right now, the satellite tower and the beholder's eye, they look like they are missing something here. Like the sun is shining on them from a different angle. Alright, so let's take it from the top for those particular assets then. Just find X over mnd. Extract one frame. Bit of manual correction here and there. Well, if it's not working properly, then we gotta fix something. Something's gotta get fixed. And the good news is we won't even have to offset this one. One, two, three, four. Where is this one? It's down here somewhere. Well, it's not very useful for modding. It's useful if you just want to distribute a single map without a mod, I guess. But only if you're not also using plugins SEM Loader, I don't think supports the same kinds of plugins anyway that Firegraft and MPQ Draft do. Am I looking for Zov Shad? Where's Zov at? We just need to grab the ice script. Yeah, so now it's more like the other assets, right? This could probably be adjusted as well, but it's okay. We got something there, so it counts. Okay, so I'm not sure what version SCM. I think SCM Loader was around in the 1.15 days, but I don't know if it discriminates on versions. What I mean is you don't get to include stuff like GPTP or A's in your SCM Loader file. Like when you store an MPQ with SCM Loader, it stores MPQ changes. So if you were using like custom data files and maybe some custom graphics, and that was it, then SCM Loader would be useful. But all of my projects and all of most people's projects use A's and GPTP. Yeah, 161 was out in 2007, so presumably it works with 161. Well, you could. I don't know why you would, though. Without A's, AI is not functional. With A's, it's still not really functional, but it's way better than without it. So. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh. All right, so all right, good enough. Try that one on for size, offset by 5 pixels in the iScript. Yeah, there's no, like, imagine in your head what kind of project would be possible to make without the use of Firegraft plugins like A's, GPTP, the bullet limit extender. Like, what can you do? You know, certainly nothing in an RTS genre. ZDR depth, right? There's 272 frames in that, so we're gonna be here a while. So something that I actually had to deal with a lot when I was a few years back. I think it was actually around the time after Inconsummate came out, or around that point. I had this fallacy of going back to basic sort of drummed up in my head as this potential solution or response or reaction to the increasing level of overhead and complexity to the projects. And in some ways, you want to simplify your production pipeline, your development. You want to keep people, or keep your own development cycle anyway, from getting so complex that it's difficult for you to actually complete anything. And by difficult, I mean external factors, so to speak. Like Hydra is kind of difficult externally because I rely on other people for art and code. But at the end of the day, I'm still responsible for the bulk of the content generation and testing and conception and all this other stuff. So it's not difficult, it's time consuming. It requires me to be focused and all these other things. But that's not difficulty in my eyes. Difficulty in my eyes is things that make it difficult for you, or like, it's a weird way to describe it because I'm using difficulty in the description. Something that's difficult when it comes to your development cycle is like feature creep. You know, things that make it difficult for you to remain focused. Things that impede your ability to just sit down and work on stuff. And that's where I think it makes some sense to nail down exactly what that is and try to simplify it so that it's less difficult, right? But I would always have this idea in my head where we would have some way to completely simplify things and go back to like a classical Starcraft campaign setting where it's super small scale and focused, and you know, like what the thematic, you know, stuff that the game could support natively without needing a lot of plugins and stuff. And the reason why that's fallacious though is because anybody can do that, and certainly not everybody can do it well, but it's something that even Blizzard could do in a sense. And if you're not pushing yourself to do something completely different, or you know, to anything like that, you're fucked, man. You're not growing as a developer. What's up, Icor? I'm not sure about the right-clicking stuff. Everything that I thought about using that for was eventually remade anyway. But certain... Yeah, I mean, I guess the Gorgoleth would be useful in that sense, but I think I was just going to treat it like a form switch similar to the Cyprian's attack, where it would enable the weapon or something. I'm not sure. Well, the conversation I was having there was just like... it was born of Veek mentioning SCM loader, and I was talking about how without MPQ draft or Firegraph plugins like A's and GPTP, you can't really do anything in the game. Like, there's not really anything that's supported by the game by default. You can't really make use of custom AI because, as Inconsummate showed, it's so fucking limited without A's. It's so broken and unreliable. Well, yeah, that is sort of what I mean. I mean, like, the stuff that I've seen done that has potential is very rarely large-scale stuff, because very few people even try to make large-scale maps and giant battles and free-for-alls. It's very rare to even see that attempted, let alone done well. So I used to have this fallacy in my head where I would have this idea where you would be able to make your development cycle easier if your project was simply less demanding. And I thought about that for a while back in 2017 after the release of Inconsummate, because I realized that any project after Inconsummate had to be better than Inconsummate in order for me to bother wanting to work on it, for me to be motivated to work on it. It had to be better. And that was a good thing, a double-edged sword. It was a good thing in the sense that it made me want to become a better developer, but it was a bad thing in the sense that it added more overhead to the development. And so suddenly projects would take longer to complete, and there's more expectations from myself. Like, I was the one who's making these expectations. It wasn't because people now knew who I was and saw that I had released a campaign. For me, it was more that I wanted to do better than in Consummate every single time I released a project. Sprite flingy image extenders. Yeah, you're probably right about that one. And in fact, I was actually thinking more recently about making it set up such that we don't even worry about releasing Hydra or finishing Hydra or adding more units or anything until we have more extenders. Because I don't realistically think that we have enough space to even add in all of the stuff that we've decided to add in for vanilla. So either we make cuts and release vanilla as is, or we wait. But map development is so slow that I don't know if what's going to happen first. The campaigns are going to be finished in a rough draft sense, or we're going to have the extenders. Like, who knows? So I'm not really that worried about it, but it is something that has occurred to me. What we need right now is to fix all the AI problems. That's pervasive in every single project. That's pervasive. Like the base layout unit mover issues are pervasive in Todborne and in Hydra, and they're going to be pervasive in everything else. The issues with Zerg AI specifically are pervasive in every project that uses Zerg, which would be in Consummate, Hydra, all of my other work, map crap stuff even. And then we've got all of the issues that are derived from the expansion logic being faulty. Like, that's fucked up. So I guess at some point I just need to find ways to... Oh, yeah, under attack not working either. That's another one. So, like, these 4 core issues, the unit mover not working reliably with drones, specifically drone unit IDs. The AI considering expansions where they shouldn't be. The AI taking units away from attacks when they shouldn't be. The AI... What was the other one that they were doing? You said that during Stormborn, the AI was considering requests as satisfied for new towns when they weren't even actually satisfied, so that's another bug. And then just the issue with Zerg in general, larva training, guards and stuff. Alright, let's take a look at the new shadow for the cosplayer. We'll take it. Take that off the list. So this is only 68 items, so this will be easier. I'm less confident about this one. We'll see if it works out, though. It's only a few frame sets, so... I'm just trying to make a better shadow for it right now. The current one was kind of fucked up. So we'll see how this one works. I have to test that and the cosplayers in game after this. And then I only have to make a new one for Boko and a new one for the fanfiction editor. I've made like, this is going to be I think the third or fourth shadow I've made for Boko at this point. But that's alright. Big stretch. Alright, cool. Well, hopefully, anyway, the process of going through and fixing those bugs in the AI is okay. Like, I have no real understanding of, like, what's required there. I just know that there's a lot of problems. The fuck? So it seems like something got fucked up here. In fact, it seems like the same thing happened here too. Fuck me, man. Yeah, so basically the frames of the animations... Oh, boy. So, yeah, I have to redo it. Welcome back. I have to figure out what... Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get better at sorting this shit. It's like I don't even know what this stuff is. Oh. So I can just walk in here and immediately see what's going on. Alright, so... What was I grabbing? So I guess it would be -1, -1 then. Yeah, well, and then they just run the default AI or whatever too, so. Trust me, I know it's a problem. I just mean, I don't even know what you would do to solve it. Alright, let's see what we get out of here. No. So the first thing I have to do here is what is this? 48 by 40, by the way. See if it happens now. The problem is that the shadows are getting cut off by the morph because the frame is so fucking tiny. I hard-coded the attacks in most of the Hydra and Stormborn sets, besides adding more units to the attack list with expansions. But actually, I developed a system that I think is pretty good for crack in the case of Todborne, so I'll show that in a second. I just gotta get through here. Oops. I don't know why this happens. This seems odd. Why does that happen in the, hold on. I guess I have to go and open the mod itself. Because it looks way better than it did before, but now I don't know if it's actually accurate. No, I don't know what the hell's happening with the shadows at all for the Halo or for the... Why would that be the shadow? For that particular frame. Something is fucked up about that one, man. No, I don't know what's happening with the bazooka bike shadow. It doesn't make any sense to me. Alright, anyway, we're on the right track by resizing that shit. So... Place morphs is just a way to tell the AI to convert a military unit into a tower. Or it's specifically to tell a unit to go here and then morphs to something else. I might be able to use that for the Void, but not... Obviously that's for next year, not this year. Alright, so I was talking earlier about crack anime shit. So what I did for attacks here is... I call this block at every single juncture, and it does the local jump shit for up till the max number of production structures that the main base can have, which by itself isn't that much in theory. But if you go back over to here, then you also get the EXP rand attack that gets added every time they have an expansion with one of these production structures. Adds it to the attack list. And down here you'll see that the longer the game goes on, the more units are requested, because the assumption is the AI has the potential to have more shit. Now we could replace time jump with something a little bit different, like resources jump. So if they have a significantly large amount, like for something like that, we could do like resources, 13 at least. Like 1,000 or something like this could easily take the job in that sense, right? Trying to make sure I have the right syntax. Yeah, no kidding. I agree. So now we've got a system that takes into account resources instead of the stuff that was being used before, which is just time. So we can do GAT, NA 750. And there you go. Now you have the same system, basically. Really, it would be nice to be able to compare the different amounts of ore and gas. And jump only when it is at least at most exactly whatever the, both counts instead of having to do this. That would be a custom script command, probably. But it seems like with the way that you were talking about using custom script, it seems to me like it's one of those things where like it's better left to a brand new system. No? See if we get any better luck with that. Meanwhile, I'm going to copy the system over to Mongo. Oh, what's up, Connor? Cool that you're making progress with that diplomacy system. I was just reminding iQuare of how important it was to get the AI fixed. I know he's working on other stuff, though, so I don't know when it will be properly ready, but we'll see. All right, hold on. Go back to doing the edits in a second. I just need to finish what I started here. So. Well, yeah, I just mean it is so bad that we can't release any content until that's fixed. So yeah, sort of like custom script presets almost or something. I think we were talking about that at some point. All right. Okay. There's lots of them, yeah. Attack to deaths is it is useful in specific cases. I remember using it in one of the Hydra maps actually. I'm pretty sure though that you could theoretically create a similar sort of system by using center location. If we had an AI script command that would move locations around, it would probably be a little bit more reasonable. Or create pseudo locations. I think we talked about this before too. Attack 2 deaths, the problem with it is that you have to set deaths in a really annoying way. So a workaround for this in theory would be something like you would be able to do... What? What the fuck just happened? Why did it do that? Hold on. That was very psychotic. I've never seen that before. Alright, where did it leave me off? Oh, okay. It was I probably hit some hotkey for save and close or something. So yeah, what I was going to say there before I got annihilated was if we could have some way to set locations or pseudo locations surrounding certain structures or certain types of structures, and then using that as attack 2 regions instead of having to set deaths manually. I remember I thought I was asking you about that for Nemesis Omega it was Hydra New Gettysburg at some point. I wanted to use Bring Jump instead of, because what I was doing was, or no, maybe that was just me using Bring Jump. But I thought that was before Bring Jump was done. Honestly, I don't remember very well, but I thought that's what it was. Hey, don't do that. Well, that looks better than what we haven't had before, so I'll call it done. Fuck it. So the problem with this is I'm almost certain it's not going to sync up with all of the other frames, so prepare your fucking hats. I don't know why hats, but prepare them. Okay, so we've done that system there. Now I just have to call it ATK. Well, the problem is you can't just take into account an AI player's bank at the time that you request the units. What you have to do is you have to request the units. You have to read the last, like the projected income of the player, basically. Like take the income rate of the player for the past minute and project that a minute forward to see how many resources they will get. Plus, add that total to the amount of resources that they have in the bank at the time of the attack being requested, and then allow players to define a specific percentage of that total amount to be used for the attack. Then allow players to define which units what quantities of which unit they want to add as a minimum before defining a set of arbitrary or random selections. So as an example, what this would look like is something like custom script. We'll say, well, forget about the custom script for now. I don't know what the exact syntax would be. But basically you would say like define income range, or it'll be like, define income range 1440, which is a minute, right? And then you would have something like define attack resource percentage, something like that would be 75, and that would be the percentage of resources that the AI is allowed to use and commit for attacks. And then you would say attack add, or it would be like attack priority three siege tank 90, 10 marine 85, 8 siege tank 80, 4 Goliath 75, and then you'd have like 10 siege tank, 70, 16 marine, 70, 8 Goliath, 70. And so if it was equal, it would do so. Maybe you could have the player or the developer decide if they wanted the AI to randomly select or to just do so in a sequence. The simplest way would be to do so in the sequence. So attack priority stuff in this case would be done similar to like if you requested 10 siege tanks, then 16 marines, then 8 Goliaths in a list of attack adds. That's what it would be, something like that. So I mean, this is just for a sample. Obviously, like the viability of this is not necessarily great, but of utmost priority for the AI would be to get at least 3 siege tanks, followed by 10 marines, followed by up to 8 siege tanks. This is not 8 in addition to the 3. It's just 5 more on top of the 3 to make it 8. And then add 4 Goliaths, and then from that point onward, you have free reign to do whatever you want. And so you could replace the marine count with vultures, and it would probably make more sense. So this would basically be like, you know, we definitely need tanks, and then we need vultures. Followed by that, we need more tanks, and then some Goliaths for air-to-air, and then more tanks and more vultures and more Goliaths. And that would be the system. A better, even better way you would do this is, to say like factory priority, like. Something like this to tell the AI, like you might not even, at that point, you might not even care about attack priority specifically. You might not even need this. If you just tell them siege tanks are higher priority than Goliaths are higher priority than vultures, that might be enough. But the problem is then you don't have a healthy mix. Like I'm trying to figure out a way, like maybe it can be something like factory reserve. 3 siege tank. So reserve 3 factories for purely pumping out siege tanks. And then factory reserve 5 Goliath. Factory reserve... well, vultures wouldn't need a reserve, is the idea. So maybe it's 3 for Goliaths. So if the AI has 6 factories, then reserve half of them for siege tanks, half of them for Goliaths. And if the AI has more than 3 or more than 6, then just reserve the first 3 for siege tanks, the second 3 for Goliaths, the rest can be whatever. If they have less than, if they say they have 4, then the first 3 still get reserved for siege tanks, and then only 1 is left over for Goliaths. I guess in theory you could also do some sort of percentage of like factory reserve percent, 33 siege tank. So 1/3 of all factories are reserved for siege tanks, and then 1/3 of all factories are reserved for Goliaths. That might scale better. It might even be like 1/3 of siege tanks, 1/4 is Goliaths. So then, for every two factories that are reserved for siege tanks, you get 1 that's reserved for Goliaths, something like that. I feel like these are all just a bunch of ideas. I don't know what will actually stick. But I do think it's important to take into account the income the player is going to receive as time goes on forward, based on what they have received in the last minute, and taking into account their worker count and all that other stuff. I think it's important to tell them to use a certain percentage of their resources for attacks so that they can reserve some of their base bank and projected bank for building and defending and whatever else. And aggressive AIs will have the higher percentage than defensive AIs, presumably. And I think it's also important to tell the AI in general that what their baseline attack should look like. And I think with Factory Reserve, you don't need to worry about priority for attacks or factories. You just tell the AI, reserve, 1 out of 3 factories for siege tanks, 1 out of 4 factories for Goliaths, etc. I think that would work out better, because then the AI now knows that I always need to be using siege tanks, right? And then somehow elsewhere you would like what would be a good way to then request the attacks in quantity? I think it would algorithmically say, maybe these actually would be all you would need to do, because then the algorithm would say, like, if or like for factory count factory add-on machine shop I don't even know what the syntax would be here, but it would be something like factory count, or it would be like Q factory count divided by 4 siege tank. Oh, I guess it would be 3, right? For that. So this would say for all factories that have the machine shop add-on, queue 1/3 of the factory count in siege tanks, right? So this would also take into account money. You'd have to have some other thing. So it would be like for income range, or it would be like loop income range divided by attack resource percentage, or it'd be like, I guess it would be like times 100 divided by that or something. I don't know what you would actually do to get 75%. I forget. I'm not good at math, but it would be something like this, and then you would have for factory count factory Q factory count divided by 4 Goliath. For factory count factory and there you go. It would be something like this. And this would, again, loop however many times as allowed. I mean, again, this first command for the conditional for the whole block is completely garbage. I don't know how you would quantify this. But you'd basically tell the AI to go through their money using these rules, where they reserve a certain number of their factories for certain things, and then something like that would be left over. I don't know what you think about that, but I don't know. I don't really know where else to go with that particular example either. So, what is this? 367. I'm not sure about arriving AI yet. I haven't really sat down and thought about how that system will work. It looks like it's offset by quite a few pixels. Oh, probably because the iScript is like that by default, no? Let's Let's take a look. Yeah, 15, by the way. The fuck? What is wrong with these people? Whoever made this before I decided to make use of it. What's up, Patrick? Oh, hold on. I have to open up the mod first. There we go. I mean, I guess it looks all right. I don't know, man. Maybe all of these are fucked up. Yeah. The problem is that Starcraft's engine is so bad for this. Like something as foundational as drawing a shadow is fucked up. What do you do in such a context? There we go. Why do I even bother? Try it with that, I guess. What I understand, Iquer, from your example, you're talking about making it so that it's essentially a game event as opposed to a triggered event. It's something that's organic within the context of the project, so the AI actually summon assistance at a certain point. What I think should happen in this context is, I mean, the biggest issue is I don't know how to communicate that to the player. Like, how does the player would have to have access to the same mechanic, which they don't have access to in Hydra, generally speaking. Like, in the current scope of things, the entire game, the whole plan for the project would have to be redesigned in order to support the player also making use of this mechanic. The AI would also have to have some sort of way to immediately respond and play differently in a decidedly different fashion. Otherwise, what is the point of even alerting the player in the first place or communicating this information to the player if, like, what I'm imagining is the Protoss summon Aldaris, and Aldaris has a cooldown before he arrives. So, or the player is alerted or something, I guess, but like there would be some sort of alert saying Aldaris has been summoned, their forces are on the march, expect them here at a certain amount of time. And then maybe there would be a countdown timer created so that there is some visual indication of when Aldaris was supposed to arrive. Maybe not, maybe that's too on the nose. I think that's a little too distracting, but in theory you could see it working. So my concern here is, how do we get to the point where we are working with the context of the player doing the same action? For one, I have to redesign all of Hydra now if I want to do that, as opposed to making it just a triggered event. Obviously, a triggered event is more scripted and as a result, more static. But there's a couple of different ways that I can make that event happen as opposed to making it something that is a built-in game mechanic. if I make it a game mechanic, not only do I have to make it work for the player, which means I have to redesign the entire game, I also have to make it so that the AI can somehow react differently and behave differently when they sense this. Like some sort of forms, like state change in the AI script that would detect when the player summons an AI, detect what AI ally they're summoning, so that they can begin to change their unit composition to best adapt to that, if they are able to adapt to that. Change their attack patterns, change how frequently they expand, change pretty much everything about them, because that's what a player would want to do if they knew that a new AI was coming up and coming in. I would have to make it so that that was facilitated by them. Whereas if I just keep it a triggered event right now, that reduces the overhead in a very significant manner, and does so in a meaningful way, which is actually meaningful and productive for the production. Because if you think about it, the AI is not... It's very unlikely that we'll ever get to a point where we can freeform adapt the AI to in any context, even to the player's own strategies that are read through bank data. It's very unlikely that we're going to be able to do anything like that. Basically, what I've theorized for bank data stuff is detecting how quickly players are winning, and if they're winning quickly, it's assumed that they are mounting advantages in the early game, probably through rushing an enemy or something like that. And so then I can have a more conservative build opener for each AI, and that conservative build opener is either randomly selected at the beginning of the game or selected as a result of reading bank data. But that's not overhead because of bank data. I would already have that conservative build order in the game, and so I'm just picking it based on bank data as opposed to something like that. So that's the difference of redesigning an entire system. Like, I don't have to do that. I'm already planning on doing that. So that's not really overhead in the same sense. Trying to make it so that the game can support this new game mechanic of summoning an AI ally, there's no way that I can make that meaningful for the AI. I can only make that meaningful for the player by warning them and then also educating them on how the mechanic works. Now, I agree it's a weaker situation in this particular map that you're giving an example of. In Full Circle, we don't even know that the map won't end when the Overmind launches. I'll have some dialogue that implies as much, but it's not going to be like hitting you over the face with, yes, there's more to the map after you land the Overmind there. I'm trying to make it so that that itself is a dynamic game event that can happen whenever the player wants to. So therefore, there's going to be different responses that happen with Aldaris. Aldaris will get summoned, odds are, before the Overmind is landed in most playthroughs. And if he's not summoned by the time the Overmind lands, he is summoned during that event. That would be how I would go about doing it in that context. So it's either a response to player action before the Overmind lands, or it's a response to the Overmind landing, which is in and of itself a response to player action. So in either case, it's dynamic and built into the ecosystem of the game itself. My problem with trying to reimagine the whole thing for that is, obviously I would have to reimagine a whole lot of other things as well so that I would facilitate selection. We don't have the UI for it. We don't have the ability for the AI to actually adapt to it. So we don't have any of the meaningful mechanics that we would need in order to make this decision to add that content there and to fully realize it as content instead of it being a half-assed system. That's sort of like diplomacy in my eyes. Like you have to make all of these new systems for diplomacy to even work as a mechanic. Well, I'm not in the market for doing that. Not only do I not have the skills, I don't have the will to make the skills happen, to learn how to do it. It doesn't seem like a meaningful decision for me. I would much rather just make a map. So what I'll probably end up doing is just having it be a response to certain player actions, but they are going to be scripted to the individual maps. Hopefully that answered the question anyway. Like, at the end of the day, what good is a new mechanic if it's not actually in service to anything? It might improve your ability as a developer or something, but... Well, I don't even believe that we need to have a new system for this in the first place. That's sort of where I'm getting at here, is I don't actually believe that... I think that's a false start. An incorrect starting point. Well, it looks like I was unable to fix that, unfortunately. I don't even know what you would do in this context. How the fuck do you fix this shadow shit when everything is fucked up? So you can't make it so that because it's mirrored. The shadows themselves are flipped, so it creates this insane amount of unreadability whenever that happens. Jesus Christ. Great. I don't remember what the other one was that I just worked on. I have a feeling I have to go back and set the shadow offset to 15 again. At some point I have to really iron out exactly what needs to be fixed with the shadows. I don't know what's causing it, and I don't have enough time lately to really investigate it. Oops. Somebody forgot a pixel over there. All right. Anyway, let's go back to editing the AI. I also need to go and unit test the AI more aggressively when it comes to the attacks. I need to start adding prints every time they finish an attack or something. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I saw something that also makes sense here. So this is... okay. So this will help me figure out if the AI indeed is working properly. Why is it taking it so long for them to launch another attack? That's what I want to know. So in this particular case, I know that they finished the first prep block, and I went down to call this one again, target crack, and something happened in here, I guess. So I'll have to add more print shit anyway. No.
Acknowledged.
Bye.
That's what we call the destruction of a man. How are you, Remy?
Yes! Amphiacus!
Ever since I made all of the mix plays free, Rimtech is like a kid in a candy shop. Well, I only saw preparing and attacking, so what the fuck happened? How could their attacker just get fucking Brexited without any print message at all? Especially since it forced target crack after this. The only thing I can think of is that I used stop somewhere, but that is clearly not the case. we got anime and police. So, wow, man. How the fuck is that even possible? Oh.
Oops.
I see. So, something happens in ATK and... Ah, I see. Well, that was funny. Good one. Just double check everything else. It's all set. Do they even attack? Oh, yeah, they are. Uh-oh. They seem to be, spinning quite a bit here. Most of their units seem busted, though. Like, all these spammers are stuck over here doing nothing. They're not even trying to leave. They killed me. That's rude. Can't do that. So here they still get busted after a certain point, though. So I'm gonna keep a closer look. TP1B. So they break at this point, right? Because TP1B prints this, attack 2. So they never get past that? That would be down in here. Yeah, okay. So there's a bug in the triggers somewhere, but I don't even know where it would be. So because whenever they target the player, basically what happens is they randomize between 0 and 6, which is 7 different death options for a specific death. Then in the triggers of the map, we pick up on those deaths, and depending on which one happens, right? We have like player 5, which is the person this AI script is running for, has suffered exactly 0 of Arcanus, right? Same death requested. And if there's no guard death of the police officers, which is what we use for a message guard to make sure that no more than one message is playing at any given time, we set that for the transmission recipient, which is in this case every player in Force 1. We play the transmission and we what do we have here? Eventually we set the death count for that player to 9. right? So as long as we're setting it to 9 in every trigger, there's no way that it should be breaking, in theory. Set to 9, set to 9. And then even in the skip, all the skip is it detects... I mean, I guess I could change the trigger condition to almost 7 or something, but that doesn't seem like it would fix anything. Oh, I don't know what switch 5 is. That might be why. Turn that off and see if it fixes the problem. So again, we haven't made any mod changes. We're just going to see if that fixes it. That might have been the cause. Hi. Holy shit. Alright. Seems like it's working. Yeah. So we'll check the other ones too. I had a feeling that that was going to be the case. Just turn switch 5 off here. It looks like the reason this was happening is because this was set to player 4 instead of... player 2. So that's why there's a break in the Darien AI for the attacks. So yeah. Now we just need to do the same thing for that we just did for Mongo as far as the... Oh, you know what? We also have to go in here, right? Set this. I guess instead of doing this, I could have gone through to the AI script and just set the death for player 4 instead of 13. That would have been faster, but that's okay. Consistent system in this way, so it's fine. Oops. I still don't know what's causing the bug where we're getting the deaths set incorrectly. What a bizarre set of music, man. You ever shuffle into something and think, what the fuck? All right. So we should have fixed the problems with the attacks. I'm going to go through. Okay. Okay, add. Local jump, 2.5. Now I just need to open up the placement map, check the number of add-ons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed. So actually, it's 2 barkers and 2 SWAT troopers is what should be here. It's fine. We did that, and then 1, 2, 3 garages, like I thought. Nice. So now all we have to do here is let's see. What do we have to do? We have to do resources, 13 at least. Or 600 plus officer 3, 2. All right. Well, hi. Help me. All right. Hey, you can't say that. That really does sound like he's melting. Excellent mesk sound, IMO. Dude, that's my favorite one. Well, maybe not. Alright, well, you got some weird interests, man. Yeah. Alright, so let's see what happens when we set them all up. Oh, wrong map. We'll play this one normally. Although I still don't know why the AI is... I mean, the transmissions aren't working. That's my next investigation.
Are you just barking at me? What is that?
Engineer here. What's up?
Hold on. I gotta... Dude, why? 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 Why is it like this?
Engineer. What's next?
Huh? No.
What's up, Alexander? Netas, welcome.
Engineer here. Engineer here. Engineer here. What's up?
I'd actually rather listen to the Bailiff music, to be honest. Let's turn that shit on.
Engineer here.
Are you just barking at me?
Engineer.
Are you my dog?
Hell yeah, I am.
Hey,
Engineer here. Here we go. Engineer. Structure all set. Engineer here.
When I'm playing better than myself, who's actually playing better?
Here we go.
Think about that.
What's up? Engineer. What's next? I can't put that there. Engineer here. Here we go. Hey, howdy, hey. Engineer here. Structure all set. What's up? Structure all
I don't
set.
know if that's legal.
No. Maybe?
No.
I'm thinking.
Engineer here.
Yes!
Oh, absolutely.
Reporting for action. Style point.
Engineer here.
Fucking Control Z on that one, buddy.
Hey, howdy, hey.
You guys are having a conversation?
All set. We need more coffee. Engineer here. Engineer. Hey, howdy, hey. Structural engineer here. Structural engineer.
Froggy?
Engineer.
Oops!
Oh, absolutely. Engineer here.
Get a load of this!
What's up?
I don't think so.
Hey, howdy, hey. Coffee. Oh, absolutely.
Is this your dog? Fucking crows! Crows!
You're supposed to be telling me how to use this unit you added to the game, and instead, you're being a dog.
Just pretend they're a paladin from Warcraft 3. I even made their ability hotkey T for Tony.
I can't
Oh,
put that
okay.
there.
Even more anime? Who the hell are you?
Didn't you hear me the first time? Hey, reporting for action.
What's the problem?
For some reason, whenever I train a medic, the dialogue actually works properly, but any other time it doesn't.
Are you just barking at me?
I'll have to take a look at that trigger.
All set. Engineer here. I can't put that there.
Med team, ready. What's the problem?
Like, yeah. Better lifespan next time,
Yes, sir.
moron.
Do you want? Structure all set. Hey, howdy, hey.
Men, teach these mongoloids how to spell boy.
What's up? Engineer
Structure all
here.
set. Reporting for action.
What's up? Oh,
Med
absolutely.
team, ready.
Who put humans on this map? I didn't approve that change.
Hey, they're anime here.
I told you,
I wish someone told me about this before now.
but tell me about it. I'm so tired of all these random surprises. How could you be surprised? You made the map! Hey, Cohen, do you think there's any enemies on this map?
Probably not.
Put that there. Structure all set. Well, alright.
Yeah, I don't even know what's happening now. I don't think he ever attacked his expansion. The fraud.
Upgrades complete. Oh, absolutely.
I'm setting up an expansion!
Okay, thanks for the update. It was really important.
No problem. I know you could have seen this by paying attention to the minimap, but if I don't put enough transmissions in this map, Blizzard will never hire me.
Oh no! Then you won't be able to accidentally record your farts and use them to make higher quality Zerg unit responses.
I know! That would just be a tragedy.
Well, alright. We need more donuts.
What does this guy do?
Oh shit.
60 no-scopes people with rockets while driving full speed!
Apparently I have. Oh yeah, here it is.
Don't ask me how it works!
Right. Well,
I'll have to wait. I'll have to change the condition to that so that it
No scope.
only works if.
Got any donuts?
Yes, sir.
are
What's the
you my
problem?
dog?
Structure all set.
Safety's off, sir.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you my dog?
Only works if I do it.
Here.
This player.
Engineer.
Hey, Cullen, do you think there are any expansions on this map?
Probably not. Wait, didn't I just expand?
No.
Oh.
Reporting for action. Here we go. Lieutenant, will there be much walking?
What's the problem?
Engineer here. We need more. Let's hit the road.
How bad is it?
Engineer here.
Beware, my enemy! The police have come to arrest
Holy fuck!
you!
What? That's crazy talk. My men will never watch anime.
Yeah. Never. Wink.
I said men.
Oh yeah. Well,
He's only got about 50,000 of those spammers, man.
say the word.
These abandoned buildings might be all that's left of the first responders. We should look for survivors. Hey, Cullen, do you think there are any survivors on this map?
Probably not.
Oh fuck!
We're moving.
Lieutenant,
Yes, sir? What's the problem? We're moving.
let's go.
We're moving. How bad is it?
Put the pedal to the metal.
No.
On duty. Check this out. Freeze. It's about to be a crash. Station's under assault. Yes, sir. Freeze. Yes, sir. There'll be much walking now. I'm ready for combat. Reporting for action. Sir.
Special weapon
I'm ready for combat.
Are you my
I'm ready
dog?
for combat.
You just barking
Sir.
at me?
Well, the attacks seem to be working again.
This out.
smash.
Upgrades complete.
AODA.
Sir,
Who's there?
I'm ready for combat.
What is that?
Smell my socks. Reporting for action. I'm ready for combat. Got any donuts? I'm ready for combat.
Here. Hope to accomplish by attacking my expansion.
The real-time strategy is providing your enemies expansion to reduce the amount of resources they're able to harvest. Doing this often results in your enemy's armies being more limited, as they will have less resources to spend on upgrading, changing tech paths, and additional units.
But I'm an AI, so I must not require resources.
Yeah, but Darian made this map, so...
No.
Sir, I'm ready for combat. Check this out. I'm ready for combat.
Medic standing by. We're moving. Yes, sir? What's the problem? Clear. Med team en route. Med team en route. We're moving.
Check this out.
It seems like they still don't take their expansions at an appropriate time.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Cullen, do you think there are enemies here?
What's up?
Oh, reporting for action.
Ah, by the way.
Got any
Special
donuts?
weapon
Med team, ready.
Who's there? Hi, Dad. Sir?
Smell my socks. Say the word.
Yeah, if I can get them to expand as fast as Darien does, they should have plenty of money.
Say the word.
Medic standing by.
I'm ready for combat.
Killed all my production instructions.
Really?
Why? Did that line sound convincing?
Yeah, I guess. Could have used more emotion. I'd have done it a second time, person.
You try sounding emotional while doing this Mongol accent.
Oh, let me try. It is I, Mongo. I am an idiot. I should get a better brain next time. Me.
God damn it.
Hey, that's my base.
Reporting for action.
You fucker.
Let's hit
Oh,
the
Med team ready.
Special
Say the word.
ready. Hi,
Let's
Dad.
go.
Sir?
I'm ready for combat. I'm ready for combat.
Hi, Dad.
Let's go.
Sir?
Yes, sir? Clear.
Let's go.
Smash.
What's the problem?
Say the word.
Open up some more
Let's
donut
go.
shops, will you?
Say the word. Check this out.
Hi.
Reporting for action.
On my way.
Solid copy.
Getting ready to attack. Not sure where.
I have a pretty good army too. Yeah. Nice. Well, the attack algorithmic changes seem to have worked out pretty well.
We're moving.
I'm already there. Let's go.
What is that?
Smell like sauce.
What is that? How bad is it?
Clear.
What's the problem?
Hi.
On my way.
Well, I think that went pretty well in general, but it would have been nice to have more of an understanding as to why they failed to expand. Before I do anything, though, I do want to investigate that medic trigger. Why does the medic trigger work, but nothing else? I'm very confused about that. Let's take a look. And more importantly, why? Why? Force 1 has suffered exactly 0, yeah. That's... I'm pretty sure that's how all of them are set, right? Yeah. Add 2. Like, okay, ignoring the fact that it should be add 3 now that there's an extra player. That only matters for, like, if a player leaves in the middle of it or something. So that's not really pertinent to this. But something is setting the death of one of the Force 1 players of that unit. So I've got to check the AI scripts and I got to check the triggers for that. Because that's it. What before I was just checking player 1, but I should have been checking for everything that was in Force 1 because the odds are that's what's the cause of it. I'll do that when I get back from the bathroom. BRB.
hurry it up. Hurry it up! Hello?
Hi. Okay. So, let's get back to where we were. I'm looking for when it turns into an action, so there we go. One zero, 1. So if there's ever a point where I set it to 1 and then I don't set it back to 0, this will tell me. Just looking through these. 1 0 0 0. So the only time it doesn't happen is with the victory dialogue, which makes sense. So now we got to take a look at the AI that it's running in here. Well, nothing sets it in AI, so... How do I still get... I'm getting like 1 million copyright claims on shit. Even for videos that were released a long time ago. Very peculiar. What the fuck? So yeah, check that out, man. Somehow the Battlecry 2 playthrough does indeed almost have 5,000 views in the first video. I guess people like that game. I don't know. That's funny. Anyway, back to this. So what I am going to do... we have to figure out why this isn't running either. Is Icar still on? He's away. Fook. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that that AI needs to be run at a location, in which case I could just do this. But it's still not doing anything. So it's just the AI script itself not working for some reason. I have a pre-placed unit for this player, so I know that they exist. Very peculiar, man. I don't know why. Why is it like that? Even more curiously, I have no clue why... Well, I have to make sure that my presumption is correct anyway. I wanted to run this stuff for, like, Well, I wonder, maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe the AI isn't running for... No, that doesn't make any sense because it is a computer player. So I wonder if I... Oh. Force... This guy's not even part of Force 1. Wow. Okay, so this changes a few things. Notably, if what I understand here is accurate, we have on our hands... a situation where the deaths have to be owned by player 1 or player 2 or both. I thought it was also taking into account player 8, but I haven't even moved that. So what exactly can I do with that then? Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have a feeling my iScript for... I have to modify the iScript for the workers because the drone moves too slowly. And the SCV moves too quickly. Four, 5, 5.
game runs like this. The only thing you really know is what you can put into words.
All right. That would explain a lot of problems with, like, for one, why my units were, I gotta see if this is even right.
Hey, howdy, hey. Well, alright. Structure all set. Engineer.
So because the units no longer accelerate, I have to rebalance their movement pretty much entirely. So a slower...
Engineer. Structure all set. What's up?
Like a slower flat rate, basically.
What's up?
Yeah, it's a bit more closer to what I need, but I guess the first one should probably be 2. And then we can find the drone and make that like 2, 3, 3, 2. I never really considered that, but the acceleration and deceleration is actually a big reason why the workers work the way they do.
Hey, howdy, hey. I can't put that there. Structure all set. Engineer.
How did it get to be such a distinct drop off from what it was before exactly, when all I did was change one fucking number? I am very confused about that one.
Hey, howdy, hey.
Oh no, I guess
What's
not.
next? Structure all set.
I guess it wasn't updating properly before at all. Okay, so we'll say 433 then instead. See if that does us any good. That's definitely going to lower the income of the AI, though. Maybe we lower it, but not by as much, so it will be a little bit faster than default brood worm. Because I did notice that I was getting more money than I thought was sensible, and that would make some sense as to why the unit's just moving faster. Didn't think that would be the cause, but...
Hey, howdy, hey. I can't put that there. Structure all set.
So it's still worth it to get a third miner. It was barely worth it before. Good to know. No, the original worker's movement speed is set up like a flyer. It has acceleration and deceleration. Like a vulture has acceleration and deceleration, just like flyers do. Archons have the same thing. High Templar have the same thing. Normal units that get their movement speed through their iScript, which is the animation code. That's like a Marine, a Siege Tank, an Ultralisk. They use completely different methods of giving the unit movement speed. Of course, it's script count 3, by the way. See you later. I am very impressed that the AI is this busted. Bye! I'll actually be right back. I'm gonna go get some food. See what happens while I'm gone. Oh, nothing. Cool. I have to modify these sprite stat shit from the engineer at some point. Made some pretty good progress fixing up the AI. I just wish I knew what was causing the issue with the triggers and the global systems. Doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm back. See if there's anything been developing. There's no new assets. SMH. See what iQuest has to say. I would really like to figure out the cause of the trigger issues, though. That has nothing to do with this, generally speaking. So why does that Filipino guy type in German? I never got. I should ask him next time he's on here, but that is really confusing. So, whoa, that was an interesting musical segue there, buddy. Let's see. So right now I'm going to be writing the AI for my brother's base in the event that you play as the other guy, as me. I should go through here and delete all the sounds, to be honest. There we go. Drop the file size by quite a bit. Here, we'll make a copy of this one as well. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. All right, let's grab coordinates. Oh, I should grab the terrain of the whole map. Alright, hold on. Hold the phone. There we go. Alright, cool. So that puts some stuff into perspective with this. Just want to make sure I'm making efficient use of the space here. Do I actually get oppression training? I don't remember. Like, do I request it? Of course not. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 6, 7, 9, 10. Yeah, okay, so there's 10 in the main, and then this stuff up here is actually an extension of the expansion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We can't fight everything off one by one. But if we make this, we make it work for us.
Create chaos. War.
Fear.
Fear.
I'm done trying to win over people's hearts.
Let's attack them.
We can work with fear.
Yes, we can. We don't submit to terror. We make the terror.
Oh, I just realized I need to put a garage. I don't know where there's going to be a good place to fit this one. Right there isn't too bad, I suppose.
More than chaos.
I was designed like this because you people are more comfortable interacting with your own kind. If I didn't wear the suit, it would defeat the purpose. Making you guys pretty close, huh? Not too close, I hope.
I mean, yeah, okay. Trying to figure this out is crazy. That's why I'm just back to writing some AI here. Thankfully, Icor is willing to sift through all the crazy nonsense that otherwise I would be well over my wits' end at this point if not for confidence in Icor to help me out. Bing, 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 bing. Too bad we can't have inline comments. I would just keep these here. Ho, ho, ho.
This microscopic invader breaks into a cell. It liberates its genetic material and reproduces in the cell nucleus. The virus thus transforms the cell into a factory capable of producing thousands of copies of its own.
Trying to think if there's anything I'm missing here. I think that's it. So in this case, we don't really have to make too many changes to the overall construction of the upgrade thread. I am going to delay the police brutality upgrade a bit for this player compared to the other AI. That's pretty much it, though. And maybe I can delay this one as well a little bit more. Like, we don't really need anything crazy. In this particular case, we're we are making it so this player escalates to mech a little bit sooner with the fast arms assist and the faster replacement of, or the faster Prussian training upgrade, which allows their bazooka bikes to attack air units, decreases their reliance on officers a little bit. And they also are a bit more influenced by paramedics. They want to upgrade them to rangers pretty quick, this AI does, by comparison to the other one. And that's actually something that I'm debating. I think what I'll do is I'll actually, like, obviously they're mech focused in general, or they're bazooka bike focused in general. They have a lot of garages in their expansions. But one of the things that I was thinking of is replacing at least one of their SWAT posts, which I just did, with an infirmary, so that there's a little bit more rangers on the field. I think SWAT, troopers, and rangers have the same gas cost generally, so it might not really pan out in any significant way, but it's just something to think about. And who knows, maybe there is some change. I was thinking about making that change anyway, though. Just going through and finding, if we go to the police units, 75 and 50. Oh, actually, SWAT troopers are a bit more expensive in minerals compared to paramedics. Paramedics are 50 and 50. 50 donuts, 50 coffee. SWAT troopers are 75, 50. So that's okay. That's what I figured there was going to be some change, because they're going to be spending a lot of money on bazooka bikes, this AI. So those are fairly pricey units, actually. 150. So it's the price of a Goliath. So it's not crazy expensive, but it's still something that you might be surprised at. Getting to be that time here. I'm gonna be closing up shop fairly soon. But it's good that we got the ball rolling on this AI. We fixed a bunch of the other AI issues. At least iQuare is investigating the other problem. Hopefully we'll find some rhyme or reason to it. This AI doesn't ever get barkers, so it's not really that much of a concern.
Human even consider the possibility of life on other planets, and yet, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours regard this Earth with envious eye. Slowly, surely, they drew their plans against us.
I guess I can copy the defense logic too and then just tweak it. Like in this case, we know we're not going to use barkers, so we can just get rid of those. We'll say one officer and 2 bazooka bike. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Looks like I forgot about that entirely. Well, that's infuriating. How long do those small things build? What do you mean? Oh, I think it's like 5 seconds. No, that even that sounds a little high. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, 5 seconds. Uh, They are pretty weak. So the upgrade that they have is to make it so that they revive on death, like a second or two after death. That's their pièce de résistance. They don't cost any supply, and obviously the more armor upgrades you get for them, the more valuable they are, since there's so many of them. I think they only cost like 15 donuts or something. 25 donuts. I can probably lower that cost to 15 though, since they are very fucking bad. But you know, I might look into some sort of. I think I would like to have an upgrade at some point that increases all Reddit troop production speeds, but that might disproportionately make certain units broken. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Imagine.
The fuck are you looking at?
Oh shit! What's up, mail order gamers? How are you? I'm glad I sound very angry in that voice sample. 2, 3. So, for those of you just joining us, this is Todborne, a project that I'm going to hand my brother on his birthday, which is the 30th of January, so it has a release date, unlike most of my work. It's a total conversion, or significant conversion anyway, for Brood War, version 161, which is before remastered. I'm pulling assets from many different other RTS games. I made very few of these myself. I really just edited them at most. Made new shadows for them and stuff like that. A lot of it is still work in progress in that respect. But we're getting somewhere. This is the first mission of a multi-map campaign. But I am still attempting to find a nice middle ground between humorous setting and humorous content and also actual engaging RTS content. So you are indeed playing an RTS. You mine donuts and coffee. You, I'll turn this off so you can actually see the donut assets in glory. These were made by Darkened Fantasies, my art guy. He's also at some point going to hook me up with a Vespine gas replacement so that we see coffee. In the meantime, I've just recolored the gas from green to brown so it looks more like coffee fumes or something. And that's that, pretty much. So you got the police, and they fight against the anime. And this is an AI debug map that lets me pre-place where I want the AI to build. None of these structures, or at least the vast majority of these units and structures, are not actually placed at the map start. So you start out with, all of the players start out with 4 workers or whatever, and their town hall and a hero or something. Oh, the hero for the allies. And that's your crash course on what we're doing here. Right now I'm working on some AI. Specifically placing coordinates for the AI to place their structures. And yeah, that's it. That's what we're doing. I am on my way out, but I will stay a little bit longer to finish this job up. Yeah. Copy key does not, or my control key is not functioning today. Three maps in total, yes. That's the plan anyway. Well, hopefully I can get up to that. No, I don't think I've ever looked at Subcom for longer than about 5 seconds without developing eye cancer. So, I'm afraid the visuals stopped me from ever looking at that game. Is it somehow similar or something? Isn't Subcom 3D, or was the first game 2D? It's got a flying donut. I might consider that if that's like a
fucking mongoloid retard idiot asshole moron.
Hey, you can't say that to me. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? I'm not sure. He might be interested in that. I can ask him if he's interested. But the biggest problem is he's gonna have to play it in single player mode, which means like what I was hoping is when I on the onset of this project, when I first got here, right, and I first started conceptualizing what I was going to do for his birthday this year. This is back in like November or October or something. I was under the assumption that we would have enough money to hand him a laptop for Christmas or something like that so that he would actually be able to play this, because he had a laptop before but it broke. So he's looking at, like, we were in the market for a new one, but we didn't end up having enough money to actually do that. So as a result, now we're sitting here wondering how we're going to have him play it, and it seems like it's probably going to be on my computer, which at the very least means that I could set up a stream if he was interested. I might at the very least record the session so that he can do something with that, but I can take that into advisement, whatever he ends up saying. But we will see. Alright, so I need a donut. 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting a phone call from Randolph. I don't even know what that is. Telemarketers. SMH. No, that's why I'm making a whole micro section so that he can play a MOBA. He's better at MOBAs than he is at RTS. Big surprise. Everybody's better than at MOBAs, generally speaking. I actually had made a very I had made a, what's it called? A very easy version of this exact map a while ago for last year. And he still got his base destroyed because he was busy clicking his own unit, like controlling just his hero. And that's what gave me the inspiration. I was like, well, if that's what he's more interested in, because obviously he's going to play it the way that he wants to play it, right? I was like, all right, well, we can do it that way then. No problem. But there might be a problem. I don't know. We have to wait and see on that one. Why does my hotkey or my copy key never seem to want to work? It's always on that like first one too. Let's actually do it this way. This one can be over here. This is also a map where it made me want to enable rescuable, like rescuing players for AI as well. I feel like that would make sense. Like these structures that are on fire are actually meant to be rescuable. But in order to make that happen for AI, we have to make sure that the AI rescues them and then assigns them to the correct town. We also have to make sure that rescuable players can be rescued only by certain other players. Like, for example, you'd have to have some sort of setup that you could make it so that the AI... like only players in Force 1 or something like that could rescue AI or rescue a certain structure or something. So like in this case, this is owned by player 3 because 3. So we would have to run a custom trigger for player 3 that would set it so that it could be rescued by computer players in Force 1. That way the anime wouldn't be able to rescue the police structures, you know what I mean? Because we don't want that. And then we would have to find some way to, like... I guess it would just have to assign to the nearest town or something. The, whenever a AI rescues a structure, the default behavior would be to assign it to the nearest town owned by that AI. And then we could have certain cases where, like... I guess at that point we would just have to automatically assign a specific structure in a specific location. Like when we start the town for example, the 3rd in this case, we would have to try to assign this structure over to it or something. I don't know how best to explain it, but the reason for that is because if this academy rather, was rescued by player 1 before they built this base, and thus it was assigned to their main, right? Because their main would be the closest town then when the AI gets a request at this base, to build an academy, it would build a new one instead of considering this one assigned to it, because this one isn't assigned to this town, it's assigned to the main. So as far as the AI is concerned, it doesn't own an academy in that town, even though proximally it's right there. So we have to find some way to always take possession of a certain thing, like a certain set of structures, in the case where it's rescuable. Thankfully, rescuable structures are not a dynamic game event. They have to be prescribed. So you basically have to script that in by, like, you're not scripting it in a language. You're just placing the structure and calling it rescuable. But that's a scripted gameplay event because that structure is either there or it isn't, depending on if somebody destroyed it. That's the only situation where you would have that sort of thing. So in that sense, we at least have a finite number of possibilities for what structures are rescuable and which structures are not, and what their locations are. So in that sense, we could just draw a location over these two structures, and then like run some sort of specialty command to assign those two structures, when rescued, to the AI town or something like that. If we could do something like that, that would work out, I think. we will see what happens. Anyway, that's where I'm going to leave this one. Appreciate the host from Mail Order Gamers. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We'll be back to finish this AI up.
Bye.
And continue to look into the various bugs and
Bye.
other things that we have to do. So,
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, man.
All right, you guys got to calm
Bye.
the fuck down.
Bye. Bye.
Zerg? Here? Well, Commander, I'll be seeing you.